napriek tomu, koľko látok je vylúpených z Bratislava, ste tu s nami. Skôr ako odovzdám slovo Rudolfovi Chmelovi, predsedovi našej Rady Stredoeurópskeho fóra, ešte poprosím skôr Martinka.
Ďakujem, Andrea. Príjemné popoludne, milí priatelia. Sme veľmi radi, že sa tu takto po roku, opäť na novom mieste tentokrát, ale opäť po roku stretávame na Stredoeurópskom fóre. A ja by som sa špeciálne chcel poďakovať všetkým našim partnerom a donorom, ktorí tohto ročné fórum podporili, a špeciálne nadácii Erste, ktorá
partners and sponsors, Erste Foundation
programu Európskej komisie Európa pre občanov
from the very beginning, from 2009, and also the program Europe for Citizens has contributed to the organization of this forum. I'm very happy that we can greet amongst us a representative from the program from Brussels, Mr. Pavel Dichter. So let me repeat my welcome, and we wish all of you a very productive meeting. Mr. Rudolf Chmel, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear friends, when I heard yesterday that I should give the opening address, I also learned what I almost forgot, that is that I am the president, and this is all the more pleasant for me, and this is an ever greater honor for me to be able and sponsor welcome you here, Erste Foundation, already for the 6th time. This is a meeting from 2009, also the program Europe for is of great importance, because this is the forum that we want to use to produce some results on the basis of an intellectual discourse. I must confess that Mr. Pavel Dichter, I am faced with a conflict of interest, because welcome, and we wish all of you has not been such a long time meeting, but when I reached the age of 62, 13 years ago, I moved from the intellectual sphere to politics. When I heard yesterday, apart from the age, perhaps, was the opening address. At the time, we were on the upward slope of the trajectory, speaking about the civic activities in Slovakia, and this is the all the more change in 1998. When we together with honor for me to welcome you here as the foundation already for has been represented by this is a meeting the authoritarian regime of the closed Slovakia of great importance democratic. This is the set of politicians at the time in Slovakia use to produce sometimes that we from the program wanted I must make use of also in direct politics, not only of interest, the executive, and we wish all of you I do not want to do a meeting at this time when I reached the age of 62. We had 10 years ago a panel of gentlemen moved from the intellectual sphere to politics. We also have another reason, but I could also represent the age, perhaps, was the opening address. We were on the upward slope of the trajectory, 12 years about the civic activities and contributed all the more change in accidental related. This is the topic when we together with for me, and being part of the foundation already that I remember a time in mid-1990s when then President Kuchma insisted that Ukraine belongs to Europe. The whole Ukraine and politicians at the time this is not used to produce sometime that we are multi-country that was making all the problems in politics, not only interest, Slovakia-based, but this is something that I don't really mention at this time when challenges reached the age of Slovakia 2 years ago, a panel developed in 1989 were to politics not easy to organize, but as the represent the age politicians, but the opening of the society, the questions proved to be more and more complicated, and we paid, so to say, a price for hesitating up to 1998. We seem to be compatible in this Central European space, but it has become clear that those who did not go through the problems and who did not find the solutions at the end of the last centuries have to go through the process now. From the beginning of this century, it seemed that maybe our neighbors in the Czech Republic or in Hungary had it somewhat easier, which is not the case, because I thought that the Czech Republic has a well-established civil society, but it is clear nowadays that this is not quite so, that although Slovakia is not an ideal country, still compared to the others, we are more or less equal in this regard. So, speaking about the panel on us and they, of course, we can grasp this topic based on what happened in the past, but when we compare ourselves to the Czech, Hungarian, Roma, or other minorities, ethnic minorities, cultural minorities, and other minorities, we always had to deal with the problem of this distinction, us and they. Because when we started building the state, we did not always develop a vision that would be valid and that would have good prospects. Because when we look at today's situation and when we are exposed to various scandals, these may be due to the fact that we did not clearly establish the rules of a democratic state. But this was a thing of the past, and I believe that this forum should look into the future. I believe this is not the last forum, and I believe that it will raise to a higher level intellectual life in Slovakia that has encountered certain problems. The forum should therefore reflect wider issues and not only the situation in a single segment. When we say us and they, let me refer to Karl Deutsch, who said that the nation is a community based on this respect for the neighbors and a different interpretation of common history. Speaking on this basis, we could be perceived as a model case when or if we reduced this topic of us and they only to our relations to neighbors or minorities. This would show what we put at the foundations of the state at the beginning of 1990s. But we should also be critical, and from my position of chair, but especially from my position of a person who has intensively dealt with the issue of human rights and minorities in his entire career, I have to say that human rights was not a favorite topic for politicians, be it under the former regime, but even at the current regime. So the reason that we are here also include the wish to open a wider discussion of these issues. And with this, I would like to ask the members of the first panel to take the floor. Thanks.
Je mě slyšet? Jo, je mě slyšet. Dobrý den, srdečně vás.
Good afternoon. Welcome. In this panel, we are going to speak in English, but we are going to speak English, but there is translation provided. So, let's start.
Difference is us and them. And the topic of this debate is A Divided Europe. This title, A Divided Europe, as I think, has two different meanings. First of all, it's about the Europe or European Union or European community that has not a common stance, positions towards many problems. And only one of these problems is war in Ukraine. But the second meaning of this topic, A Divided Europe, is the problem that the part of Europe, I mean Russia, it seems that it doesn't want to be a part of Europe anymore. It doesn't want to integrate with democratic, capitalist, European system. And my first question would be to Robert Cooper, who is a well-known British author and a British diplomat, of course, but he's a writer as well. And I would like to quote just a few sentences from an article, from an essay, which he wrote for Aspen Review, quarterly, which I'm an editor-in-chief, by the way. It goes like this. It turns out that the Russian state doesn't need to join this world. Russian state, like Saudi Arabia's, is founded by revenue from natural resources, and it doesn't need to be a part of the capitalist democratic world. The dominant mode of thought in the Russian state is pre-capitalist exploitation of natural resources. Is pre-capitalist. Exploitation of natural resources is a form of conquest. You tear wealth from the earth as from the hands of your enemies. In such countries, revenue is collected from exported resources. Taxation and their democracy are less necessary. The idea of empire can still be rational for a country that functions in this way. I'm sorry, I lost my glasses. I left my glasses at the hotel. So the question to you is about Russia as a part of Europe. Is it part of Europe or not?
Well, Europe is the rest of Europe is post-imperial. Almost all European countries at some point, I bet even Slovakia, if you think back far enough, almost all of them had empires in some ways. But at least for Western Europe, and after all, it's not so long ago. At the beginning of the 20th century, the world was divided into British Empire, French Empire. There was still something left of Dutch Empire. Germans owned a few bits and pieces here. Well, it was called an empire then. There's bad translation of Reich, actually. But the world was a world of empires, and there was a Russian Empire, and the rest. The Western Europe, at any rate, is post-imperial. Other parts of Europe are ex-imperial in a different way, in that they were victims of empire rather than. But we are all, one way or another, post-imperial. Whereas I don't think that this is. I hoped at one point that this was going to be true of Russia as well. That they would have learned that it doesn't work. The real lesson, and by the way, this is the lesson that you see, it's the most amazing story that a half-baked second-rate country like Iraq can bring America down. Or the other great story of the century is of when Woodrow Wilson was in Paris for the Versailles Conference, one of the kitchen workers in the Ritz sent him a letter saying, "I like your doctrine of self-determination. Can my country have it, please?" His name was Ho Chi Minh, and it took a long time. But the story of the 20th century is the story of the end of imperialism, and it's the story, although this story began long ago, it's the story of wealth increasing not through theft, but through trade. That's the story of the Netherlands, which after all beat Spain, which was the great power of the 17th century. And with that, with trade, you need a different kind of civilization. You need a civilization which is based on law and equality, and also on taxation. And with taxation comes representation. The slogan in America was no taxation without representation. It works the other way around. There is no representation without taxation. Oliver Wendell Holmes, the great American judge, used to say, "I like paying my taxes. It's my contribution to civilization. Civilization is created by the state, and you have to pay for it." I don't think that was the question you asked.
Who cares? It was interesting and it was good. Vasil, I would like to ask you now, because you've got this, experience of being the most closest neighbor of all of us, neighbor of Russia. What is your position towards Russia's Europeanness, I would say?
Thank Thank you for the question and for having invited me here. It's like a big privilege to speak at the forum in front of such public. I think that, at least from my perspective as a Ukrainian, what we see now from the Russian side is a politics which is based on ressentiment. Maybe the EU as a collective body doesn't pay attention enough to this dimension, but still, as far as we can see from Ukraine, it's the strategy which is based on the idea that I am strong only because I am destroying something else. First, destroying civic society in Russia, then making Ukrainian state down as an answer to the Ukrainian revolution, is Putin's counter-revolution. And then, as far as I can see, it's to make the EU down, because EU has a beginning and it can come to an end. And maybe it will take even not decades but years, because the idea is that Russian power can be really a big power only when you have not the EU but competing states between each other. So that is a recipe that Russia is imposing on the post-Soviet space, and somehow Europe is challenged by it. It is challenged by war, which emerged as an answer to Maidan, to Ukrainian revolution. And somehow it's Europe in general is pretty acquainted with such a notion and concept and practice as war. Historically it was structured by wars, but I think it's maybe at least during last decades for the first time when you have anti-European war, more or less clear, that Ukrainian state to take Donbass, to take Crimea, is only part of the bigger strategy, part of a bigger disintegration effort, which is aimed at the EU. We were joking that when Europe took a position, Russia took Crimea. So Europe is not ready enough, doesn't know appropriate instruments, how to react. And that's why somehow we are speaking about divided Europe, because and celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Velvet Revolutions, but still the problem is that the European politics in general is still based on the idea of the wall. So, to put it metaphorically, and even for the Ukrainians it's not a metaphor, the Berlin Wall didn't fall, it just gained another form. It was moved to the east, and now it's more or less goes on the Polish-Ukrainian border. And during all these years, after '89, and especially after the crash of the Soviet Union, Ukraine as a state was functioning like a buffer zone for the EU. It created a pretty big privilege for the EU not to have a common border with Russia, which is actually the longest border in Europe between Ukraine and Russia. And of course, Europe is always deeply concerned, but still you can have like a gray zone, which was called Eastern Neighborhood. But anyway, you are out, you are just a neighbor, you are not in, you are in transition. So on one hand, it's I would say a betrayal of the '89 declaration, which was actually aimed at overcoming of historical division of Europe and overcoming of the political isolation of the Eastern Europe. it was not. It didn't become true, and Ukraine proved something different. Yeah? Ukraine politically is now much more ahead than Europe, because Europe is challenged not only by war, it's challenged also by Maidan, which was profoundly European, much more European actually than the EU itself. So Europe has to be transformed. Yeah? It is interpolated by revolution and by war, and now it has to choose. Yeah. But anyway, this challenge is that we need another Europe, not a divided one. Yeah. And so it's now the ball is on your side. I mean the European one, because I'm speaking like on the other side of the wall.
Thank you, Rad. Yeah? Can you hear me? Okay. Vasil, I didn't introduce you, but all of you know who Vasil is. He's a social activist from Ukraine, from Kiev, and the leader of Ukrainian Krytyka Polityczna. Am I right?
Yeah, not only.
Okay, not only. Ivan Krastev. I don't have to introduce you as well. But I would like... Okay, so I will not introduce you because everybody knows who Ivan Krastev is. Okay? So my question is why we are not ready to respond to the problems we face.
There was a German kind of philosopher from 1930s which didn't behave very decently then, but he said something very important. I mean Carl Schmitt. He said, "Victors feels no curiosity." And this is what happened to the West after the end of the Cold War. We knew all the answers before the questions being asked. And we have been so much basically trying to celebrate some real achievements that now we are basically surprised by everything that happens. Now people like to talk a lot about Cold War and so on. Listen, during the Cold War, the Soviet Union and the West have been competing who can offer a better model for the future. Now the competition between Russia and the West is who lives in the real world. Mrs. Merkel talks to Mr. Putin. She said he's not living in the real world. Mr. Putin is also absolutely sure that Europeans do not live in the real world. So basically everybody tries to convince the other what the reality is. And it's a very different exercise because there is no kind of a future dimension in this. I'm saying this because what I'll try to do answering your question is just to try to give you 4 arguments why Europeans were so surprised by the annexation of Crimea. And I do believe all of us have been. Even somebody who had been very critical towards Mr. Putin and so on, the annexation of Crimea was something that nobody expected, almost nobody. First, is because we had a very kind of a romantic vision of the European order that came after 1989. I'm very happy that Robert Cooper is here because I do believe he did one of the best description of this and said something very important. It was European order. It was not world order. Europe was very distinctive. We were talking about shared sovereignties, mutual interference, economic interdependence. But this was not the way others have been living. This is why, by the way, the Chinese, Indians and others cannot relate to us. For them, the Ukrainian crisis is a local European crisis. They don't care. They're going to profit from us. They're going to profit from the Russians. They don't believe it has anything to do with the global order in the way they understand it. But secondly, we convinced ourselves very much that everything that is happening is a win-win game. From the point of view of the Russians, it was not a win-win game. By the way, there is nothing worse than being a loser in the world what was proclaimed to be a world without losers. One of the problems of the Europeans is that we lost the perspective that they are losers, by the way, within our own societies also. The idea is everybody is winner, some are going to win today, others are going to win tomorrow. And the second thing was, we have been so much about the objectivation of strengths and power. You go with the GDP, for example. Listen, European Union is a big economic power, and Russia is not. European Union is spending even more on defense than Russia. But do you know where is the bad news? There was a Harvard study being done about the wars, asymmetrical wars, between strong powers and weak powers in the last 200 years. And it showed that if in the period 18 to 1850, only in the 12% of the times, weak power can achieve its strategic objectives when basically facing a stronger power, in the last 50 years, in 55% of the cases, weak power is prevailing over the strong power. Because it's also about commitment, for whom it is more important. Iraq and Afghanistan is a classical example. The United States are much stronger than any of them, but it does not mean that they can basically achieve their strategic objective. And the third thing which I find quite important was that European Union, we have a perception of ourselves that we are so kind of noble but also vegetarian that nobody can really be felt threatened by us. As a result, when basically the Russians said we are threatened by this and that, we managed to convince ourselves that they really fear Chinese and they really fear radical Islam, but they don't care about us. I'm saying this because in a certain way, the major problem that we face about Europe today is to try to reimagine the world in which we're living, but in a way to basically preserve what we have achieved, not simply basically to surrender. I'm going to end up telling you a film, which in my view tells more about Russia than most of our analysis. It's an old film, old, before this crisis. It's 2007 film by Mr. Mikhalkov, Nikita Mikhalkov, well known, very kind of close to Mr. Putin, but culturally and ideologically close, it's not simply there. But the film is called 12. I don't know as anybody of you watching it. It's a remake by a famous American film, 12 Angry Men. 12 Angry Men is an American classic from 1957. This is really one of the strongest defense ever of liberalism. It came after McCarthy's stage. And this is the story of a jury of 12 men that should decide on the fate of a boy who is accused of killing somebody. The boy is a Puerto Rican boy. The evidence looked very clear. Everybody wants all this to finish in minutes. 11 people are convinced that he is the killer, and there was one guy who starts asking questions. And the whole film, American Classics, is about this guy asking questions, and over 2 hours, on the basis of arguments and evidence, all 12 reached the conclusion that the guy is innocent, and he was freed. Here's the Russian version. The same story, a Chechen boy being accused of murder. There are jurors going there. There is one who asks the questions. And after 2 hours, all of them are convinced that he was not the murderer, that he was framed, and here's the moment when they should free him. This is how the American film ends. And then there is a character who very much resembles Mr. Putin, and who basically is played by Nikita Mikhalkov himself, who said, listen, stop here. Yes, he is innocent, but I'm not sure that we should free him from prison, because if we free him from prison, he is going to be killed. Because the people who freed him are going to kill him. So now you have 2 options, either to keep him in prison or somebody to adopt the boy and take care of himself. This is the story of Russian faces globalization. Russian elites believe that the country and the society cannot be freed. They either should be kept in prison or adopted, and the only one who basically declared that he is ready to invest in adopting was this former ex-KGB officer, played by Mikhalkov. And I do believe that it's very important to try, when we're talking about Russia's behavior, to try to understand that there is something very important and close between Russia's behavior and the behavior of some of the populist parties that we have in our own countries. This is very much about hypocrisy of this Western world they don't understand, fear of this opening which they cannot control, and as a result of it, basically the only way is to challenge the system in the way it is without having the alternative to the system. And this is why for me this us versus them, it functions on 2 levels. The us are the elites in many of our societies. For Russians, the elites is the other kind of name of the West.
Thank you a lot. As you all remember, one of the actors in this famous American film that Ivan mentioned was a Czech actor, Jiří Voskovec. So we came to Central European aspect of the discussion, of this debate. And I would like to ask Ivan Gabal, Czech sociologist and Czech politician, the member of the parliament, to explain us why Central European elites, societies, states, countries also do not have a common stance towards Russia, towards Russian aggression on Ukraine, towards Ukrainian aspirations, or let's say European aspirations, and so on and so on and so on. What the hell is the problem with Central Europe, Ivan?
Okay, thank you, and thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here in Bratislava, and I'm sorry to speak English, but it's a rule here. I would start with a simple answer to Vasil. There is an enormous debate going in the Czech political environment what we should do as far as the Ukraine crisis. The reason is simple. We perceive it as a most significant change of strategic environment in our region since 1989. And we debate what sort of reaction we need to develop. I had yesterday on a Committee of Defense meeting with several people on defense from ministries and others. I will say a few points later, but let me start first with I would say slide by significant disagreement with Ivan Krastev, because what does it mean change of strategic environment? We experienced unprecedented 25 years of security and prosperity in this region, which was developed by our strong contribution due to dismantling Warsaw Pact, pushing Soviet troops out from the region, giving chance to traditional European countries to decline defense spending so significantly that the huge increase of revenues opened room for establishment of larger, deeper EU and Euro. Euro wouldn't happen without decline of budget spendings. And we basically helped significantly to unite Europe, to bring Germany together, and to bring significant part of former Soviet satellite into NATO first, and then legal and economic environment of EU. And it's, I would say, it's a success story because the quality of life expectancy, our opportunities, quality of education all grew up significantly. And this is due to united Europe. So I'm not going to complain about Europe from this point of view, and I'm happy we are there. However, the question is this period over or not? Our perception is, and here I would agree, that the behavior of Russia is basically conflict between rule of law and rule of ruler. And destruction of rule of law means destruction of European fundaments. Second, due to this qualitative systemic distinction, we do not expect Russia is going to stop its aggressive behavior. Contributing factor is that the United States under current administration dissociated significantly from Europe and got involved more in other geopolitical areas. and significance of the security and defense participation and political participation of United States decline is another argument for Kremlin to continue testing what we see in all aircrafts, ships, testing constantly the defense capacity. And we expect it's going to continue. EU did not develop till now common capacity, even external action service. In case of Ukraine, it was not a successful story, and EU, due to this crisis, was very much converted back into commonality of acting states, and common EU institution did not have chance and did not display strong role. NATO did start perform militarily, however, certain understanding that new member states are not going to be integrated fully according to infrastructure, according to ability to accept assistance. We have a lot of work to do by our military exercise, and we have to do a lot for our defense. For us in Czech Republic, it does mean we start increasing defense spending, definitely. We start to bring up our defense capacity and participation in NATO. We know that we need to get more deeper, a stronger cooperation in the region, mainly Slovakia, Poland, and Hungary to the level which is acceptable. At the same time, we are fully aware that Europe has also security and defense troubles with the non-state war developing in the Mediterranean and the Middle East, with all consequences for immigration. So we understand that the whole region of new EU states has to care more about our own defense capacity and ability to respond to Russia. And last but not least, we know that it's necessity to help to maximum level Ukraine to develop towards standard legal environment, civil control of military defense, and all this know-how we went through during last 25 years not very easily. So we are ready to do that, and in a moment new parliament is fully established. We will travel to Kiev just to talk with our partners about their needs. And I think that the needs are not only on terms of gas, winter, but there is a lot of systemic need for the transition. I know it's transition in a partly country just determined by war, but it's our interest to help to stabilize democratic Ukraine and do maximum. And last but not least, I know that most of people following Czech politics are now horrified by the intensity of debate and nature of debates. And I will just repeat what we say. We say it's better to have 3 or 4 foreign policies and defense policies rather than one stupid. And the other is, please look what we do and do not listen much what we say. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. Ingo Schulze, German writer, came from Berlin. What is your perspective to the problems we are talking about, please?
I have the privilege to speak in German, and I hope I can much more clearly if I speak in German. Excuse me for this inconvenience, but I try now in German. Es ist schwer zu sagen, wo man anfangen
It is highly problematic to say where we should begin. I believe that there is a great danger in the fact that we are heading towards a state that we had known before 1989 or 1985. We are reverting to a kind of a Cold War and confrontation between the East and the West, whatever is our definition of the East. I believe that practically all our problems that we are facing today are difficult to be resolved going counter-Russian, but we have to combine our forces with Russia. Russia under Putin is a country that says that they do not want to take part, they do not want to share the European values. I am not a politologist, I am not a civic activist, but during the last 25 years I have come to the conclusion that no other country has courted Europe so much as Russia. When the Russian leader spoke before Bundestag in 2001 in German, and he mentioned Gorbachev and his efforts at building a common European house. I believe that we should focus all our efforts at reaching a conclusion, reaching a result without the use of arms. We cannot afford another war, but we must use all our resources to reach a peaceful solution. We can do so by getting rid of the fear that we experience. I am not an expert on Russia or an expert on Ukraine, but I perceive with great intensity the mistakes that were made by the West. 3 days before Yanukovych said that there will be no signing of the association treaty, Madam Merkel said that Ukraine allegedly does not belong to the European Union and that the association treaty can only be concluded when Mrs. Tymoshenko will be released from prison. I believe that also before Commissioner Verheugen was in charge of association process with Ukraine, and he stated that unless this precondition would be made, that is, release of Mrs. Tymoshenko from prison, the result would have been different. I believe that we cannot put the things as we are the good ones on the one side and those on the other side are the bad ones. I believe that we should try to reach the conflicts by mutual efforts. And here I want to state clearly that I do not consider annexation of Crimea to be a good thing. My sympathy goes with those who tried to express their wish for better, more democratic, more human conditions at Maidan at the price of their own life. We know that an important request voiced at Maidan was that if anybody becomes a member of government, this person cannot belong among 100 richest people in the country. And this is why I was surprised by the candidature of Madam Tymoshenko, and also I was surprised by the fact that Poroshenko was able to put up his candidature. So these are some of the things that need to be reflected upon. There is a number of questions that remained unanswered, like who was doing the shooting at Maidan. What I fail to understand is why the plan that Polish, French, and German foreign ministers negotiated with the Ukrainian Prime Minister concerning new elections in May failed. I believe that if an agreement would have been reached at the time, then Ukraine perhaps would not be at war today. So there is a number of questions, and I have many more questions than answers. At any rate, I am happy to be here, and I also see that in Germany it is almost impossible to discuss the crisis in Ukraine. Quite often there are quite opposing views expressed in this regard. I can understand why people who are directly engaged in warfare and who have to decide whether they want to belong to one or the other side are in a different position than those who are not directly concerned. It is not possible to give only a yes or no answer. It is also possible to be critical of oneself, and this does not exclude seeing the other side in a critical light, but we cannot consider the other side to be only bad. This I consider to be a great mistake.
Towards the panelists, I would like ask you for the remarks to what you said, and I would like to start with you, Robert, because I know you wanted.
I can never stop disagreeing with people. First of all, just a couple of things. First of all, of course, Europe is always divided. It's normal that Europe is disunited. There's 28 countries, and they all disagree with each other, and that's life, isn't it? If we were not like that, then we wouldn't be European. So, no, well, that's normal. That people quarrel and disagree. Actually, I found that I disagree with myself, because I was agreeing with what I was saying earlier, which was not very friendly to Russia, and then I found myself very sympathetic to what Ingo Schulz was saying just then, that one shouldn't try to classify people as good and bad. So I agree with both of those things, and it's contradictory. But I had a couple of follow-up remarks. First of all, actually, I'm a deep lover of the European Union, and maybe we ought to begin even to feel a little bit proud that Mr. Putin feels threatened by us. And I think in a way he is probably more threatened by the European Union than he is by NATO, because he understands NATO, and that's the world that he lives in and comes from, and the military world. And I think that the rule of law is probably a more threatening concept than military force. And what frightens him is the thought that just as people in Ukraine have looked across the border at Poland and seen what has happened in 25 years, maybe in 25 years' time, Russians might look across the border and see Ukraine, and that would be a threat. to a Ukraine which begins to look like Poland. And that would be a threat. And that's what comes from rule of law and legitimacy and these things. And these are, in the end, more powerful than weapons. Weapons, I think, they can be dealt with Russia. But the way in which you defeat your enemies is by converting them. I have two other small remarks. First of all, one of the reasons that we should worry about Russia a bit more these days is that it's weak. And there are different reasons for worrying about weakness, but one reason we should worry about weakness is that in the Cold War, the Soviet Union was really very strong. It had a powerful ideology with an appeal that was worldwide and was strong, particularly at the beginning, even in Europe. That doesn't exist anymore. And for that reason, America has rather little to fear from Russia. So it's not that we are completely on our own, but that Russia is now much more a regional problem for us than a global problem. So America doesn't look at it in the same way, and we need to take account of that. And I'm very happy to hear that the Czech Republic is thinking of increasing defense spending. But all I would say is, please don't do it on your own. The EU spends much more on defense than Russia does. The stupidity is that everybody spends it separately. I don't want a common European army, it would be a nightmare, but I would like to have a common European rifle, that everybody buys the same equipment. So if you make new spending, say you will spend this, but only conditionally that it should be on single European products. Have a competition for a rifle, for a tank, whatever you want. And we buy one product, then we don't need to spend more. Actually, we just do that together. And we will become, it will take time, but we will then get much better value for money. So I think that's good enough.
Ivan Gabal, I understand that you see this situation not only as a challenge for us, for Central Europe, for the European Union, but also as a možnost, possibility, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
A chance, yeah. An opportunity for us. Am I right?
Well, maybe. There are serious questions about Russia for several reasons. But, Russia is definitely a regional problem, but having a permanent seat in Security Council and blocking any resolution on Syria, for example. So Russian contribution to the crisis in Syria and creation of Islamic State is significant. Russian naval base in Syria is not a regional problem, just to use one argument. But the more serious question, and I have to say that Poland is changing strategic concept officially to facing current situation. They are going through the presentation and debate over it, and they are going to present it in Prague in, I think, few days. And the question is, being weaker face-to-face to current Kremlin, does it increase risk of aggressive behavior of Russia? Me being responsible for the defense of our country, I have to answer yes. How far Kremlin considers a legal base and international law as certain threat It's a question mark. He has no hesitancy to violate it. Crimea, eastern Ukraine, stealing people all over country. We are time to time regularly performing air policing to Baltic state, now going to Ireland, facing a really heavy military performance of Russian aircrafts. It's not a children game, I mean. It's not a question of being respective to international law. And last but not least, it could be that, I don't know, Janek Tombinsky as a EU ambassador to Kiev did have a negotiation with the Commissioner Füle. Maybe we made some errors, but is it sufficient reason to kill people by shooting and to take over by military crime? Which century we live? And last but not least, reading any domestic communication in Russia, newspapers, do feel there is a clear interest of Russia to arrive to certain cultural commonality with Europeans. They are hating hatreds, intolerance. Russian people are escaping this environment to live in Europe, and we have 40,000 of Russians in Czech Republic. And last but not least, I know we have a lot of troubles with our own legal state, with our resistance toward corruption, with our performance in terms of European law. This is what makes us stronger and more resistant to Russian pressure. But on the other side, the activity of Russia in terms of intelligence in this region, this is nothing friendly. It's not activity of Czech external services in Russia. So maybe we did error. I don't think, and I don't see them in Maidan. I see strong determination by Ukrainians to arrive really to civilized standard. But for me, it is not sufficient reason to kill people and use heavy military to occupy neighboring country. Especially we, with our history, know what it means consequently.
Thank you. Awesome.
Yeah, thank you for your kind words and for support. There is such a term in German, Putin-Versteher. Yeah. It's pretty popular because it's also somehow is a symptom how Russian propaganda works in Europe. It of course has absolutely different means than in Russia itself, because it's much more sophisticated, yeah, not so direct as in Russia. Usually, as you mentioned, there are two sides. Maybe we should deal with the other side. They are not just bad guys, just plus a little bit conspiracy theory. Maybe the shootings were made by the opposition or by Maidan people themselves. But actually, what we are dealing here with is, it's even very soft way to call it propaganda. It's absolutely unbelievable Hollywood-made, or rather Mosfilm-made fiction of, it's like parallel world, parallel reality, in which we are violently put inside, which was imposed on us violently. And this kind of fascistoid pathology on the international arena is cynically placed like a norm and demands from the world to be perceived like a norm. And in this fiction, it is fiction absolutely, but as we all know, it has very real and material consequences. In this fiction, Ukraine is junta and Fourth Reich. Europe is gay Europe. America is a black guy with banana, and Putin is love. And war is peace, and fascism is anti-fascism. It's really something, just we can recall really Orwell to understand this idea. But what I really mean, that politics is always about truth. It's not just playing this kind of game that we should pay attention to the other side. Sorry, but I have no such a privilege to do that. I'm pretty different situation. And when you treat politics like a truth procedure, it means that things should be named properly. And that is a task also for you in the West, at least to understand. Just don't buy this bullshit, because it is produced to do, because it has no sense. It makes no sense especially on the international level, because it's also the question of time. As you said, the war is becoming closer and closer. We don't have this privilege to waste time, and maybe you can imagine that Ukraine is still out, and they can do what they want, but still in the 21st century, in the center of Europe, there were mass murder, mass killings of people. You cannot find any country in Europe which is so enthusiastic about the European idea, which put the basic political idea of Europe, like Agora, the same basis, the same metrics on the contemporary level. It's impossible to imagine in other countries. So quoting or rather reformulating Habermas, I would say that Europe is an unfinished project. It is unfinished because, first of all, because of Ukraine. So you should finish it. It's the task which is still on the table. But that is our common task somehow.
Ingo Schulze.
Nein, meine Kritik.
My criticism of the West is that in Germany we say that Ukraine in the nearest future will not become a part of the EU, and I criticize this. I think there is no other image that would give the unity of this conflict, of this unity. We see, for instance, that Snowden is safe only in Moscow. It's a shame. It's a shame for democratic state with rule of law. It's shame that the West is unable to protect someone like Edward Snowden, who have revealed a lot of the Western society. I think it's fatal that we are unable to protect him. It doesn't mean that Russia is better, therefore. No, it is just something showing us how the West really is. The annexation of Crimea is something we can't approve, of course. We cannot consent to it. But it is not an irrational decision for political scientists, because this requirement of Ukraine being a member of NATO, and it is coming on the table again and again. And then it would mean for Russia that Crimea is lost for them, and Crimea would become an asset of NATO, and that is raising concern. And I don't think that arms races will resolve problems, or that threats would resolve problems. No, you need to do also mental disarmament to resolve the problems. Syria, Afghanistan, and other hot areas in the world will not be resolved without Russia. And it is in particular Syria where Russia, in my view, is not the bad guy. The fact that we have IS there, it is not only Russia, it's also a consequence of American invasion to Iraq. And of course, problems have a very differentiated nature, but the fact that we are now on the side of Assad, of Iran, I find very strange. So, and then tell me, how can we trust, how can we believe US when they have transported people to Syria or Russia, people they wanted to torture to squeeze out information? This is not a Hollywood conspiracy, is it?
For your comment, but also I would like to mention a fact, and I would like you to comment this. You had an honor or the privilege or the opportunity to be at Valdai Club meeting, I think 2 weeks ago, when President Vladimirovich Putin had this famous speech. So you were at the heart of darkness, let's say. So I would like you to ask to share with us your feelings about this also.
Even more, I had a dinner with Mr. Putin. But listen, this is a very important conversation, and I'm very grateful that I'm going to speak last. Because on one level, part of debate about Ukrainian crisis in Europe is very much about the United States. Most of the people who basically decides to say don't go tough on Mr. Putin are people who basically are giving arguments about the United States, because if you go policy by policy, these people are probably not going to approve neither the economic policy of the Russian state, nor its policy towards sexual minority, nor its cultural policies and others. Let's start with the obvious. Russia is a very tough place. You're not going to feel nicely living there. The level of pressure on anybody who is not sharing the view of the country is tougher than in the Soviet times, because now it's not simply from above, but it's also from below. Because Mr. Putin, it's not only propaganda, the majority of the Russian population very much supports this policy. This is the other story. This is not that you have a government which is opposed by the public opinion. This is not true. And this is why I do believe we should basically try to be very serious discussing this. Let's start one by one, coming basically also to the dinner. First, when you say this was a very successful, peaceful, uneventful 25 years, it's true for Central Europe. But if you have been living in the Balkans, 200,000 people died. Now in Ukraine, there are less than 5,000. Just imagine what we're talking about. If you go to the post-Soviet space, including Russia, by the way, do you know how many of the post-Soviet republics are controlling the borders which they are subscribed to? Not many. Azerbaijan has a border problem because of Nagorno-Karabakh. Georgia is not controlling all its territory. Moldova is not controlling. Ukraine is not controlling. So even when we say that basically this was a peaceful, not changing borders, it is true for part of Europe. And these people have a totally different experience, and this experience probably explains parts of the way they're reacting. And this is very important. Secondly, concerning our own institutions, really, I do believe we're going to be pressed not simply to increase budget deficits, but also to try to understand what is working and what is not working. Because we have an admirable institutions. From this point of view, I'm not sharing the criticism coming of the Eurosceptics, but here's the story. In Japan, and Robert Cooper knows about Japan unlike me, they have the best 3G cell phones in the world. They're so good that they cannot export them. This is called the Galapagos syndrome. This is very well described in literature. They have so high standards, and this is so much based on a kind of a very strong special customers' demands that it is not exportable. And one of the problems the European Union is facing now is how exportable our model is. Can we export it to Russia or not? And this is not an abstract question, because on the basis of this you're making policies. And here I'll go to basically where I see as, yeah, go.
I just interrupt to say that's why my dream has always been to have Ukraine in the European Union, eventually, after a long time, because it needs a big fix to make it work, to have law and democracy function there. But after a time, because that is the best way in which one can influence Russia.
Yeah, exactly. But basically, our idea was always that we have a special model, which is European now, but probably this is how the future is going to look like. And here came the major kind of a challenge coming from the annexation of Crimea. We believe that economic interdependence is making the war impossible in Europe. We are still very economically interdependent with Russia, but the result of this economic interdependence was that when they decided to act, we were not in a very strong position to react. Secondly, we always were very proud how predictable we are. And to be honest, our predictability is now one of the major vulnerability in relations to Mr. Putin. Because Mr. Putin basically armed himself with unpredictability. We don't know what he will do next, but he knows what we are going to do. And I do believe all this is a major challenge in the way we operate. And here's my impression, because I went for the first time to Sochi. I was very much interested. For me, this was quite interesting environment. And basically, there are four impressions which are on a much more kind of a non-theoretical level, but which at least are important for me. There is a strong nationalistic public opinion in Russia which exists, and which is a very strong constraint on any way policy is going to be made. Mr. Putin is not as free as we believe. And I'm saying this because he now is going to serve the public opinion that he created to a certain extent through the national television and others. When some of the strong nationalistic voices were asking questions during these meetings, and these are closed meetings, there is no television, the ministers obviously were fearing these voices, and this was Putin's ministers. So this is a different Russia from this point of view. At the moment, only 14% of the Russians has a positive view of the European Union. Compare this with 2 or 3 years ago. So this is a different reality. Secondly, Mr. Putin himself, very energetic, very quick, nice sense of humor, but he does not believe that he can. He does not believe that he can make a deal with the United States. And strangely enough, in his vision of the world, two things cannot be changed. First, that America explains everything about European policies. He does not believe that there is European policies. And this is very important. Basically, this is a total preoccupation with the United States. And secondly, which is even more important, he does not believe that people can go on the streets protesting on their own. He's never going to ask question why. He's asking who. Who organized them, who paid them, who basically is behind this. And this is, this police vision of history is going to be a major problem in our relationship. Because when he goes and asks for an agreement with the West, he said, stop interfering in our domestic politics, which means promise us that there are never going to be angry people on the street. But we cannot, because we cannot do it in our own countries. In Bulgaria, we have 400,000 days people protesting. So this is this type of expectations which is going to make the negotiations very difficult. It is going to be a much more difficult negotiations than people believe. It's not only about Ukraine. I don't believe that he controls everything in eastern Ukraine. And of course, I don't believe that the Ukrainian government controls everything, basically. So saying all this, for me, Europe is in a very strange position. And here I very much agree with Robert Cooper. There is a major difference between the United States and Europe. United States has a negligible economic relations with Russia. So if you want to be hawkish in the United States, there is only one country in which you can be as tough as you want. And this is Russia. China, too important. Iran, very sensitive for different reasons. And Russia, basically, if you're American politicians, not part of the foreign policy decision-making, this is where you can play symbolic politics. This is not the case in Europe. And Mr. Putin basically is going to do his best to split Europeans. As you can see, because you talk about Central Europe and that there's going to be much more consolidation on the level of Central Europe, it's not so easy. I don't believe that Poland and Hungary looks in the same direction. This type of stories that we have been taking for granted based on history are not here anymore. And there is a certain level of attractiveness of this type of a political regime of decisionism and so on coming there. And this is my kind of last point as a result of it. There are two things that we should stop doing. One is to come with the cartoon vision of the Russian elite. These people are just very corrupt, they're only interested in money and so on. Listen, they're very corrupt, but they're not interested only in money. They're interested in historical revenge, it's about glory, it's about being part of a big country. They much more live in history than in the market. And they're also now rich enough not to be interested in money. So this idea that, second, and for me this is the most important problem, this is with the sanctions. People said sanctions does not work. My problem is that sanctions worked, but they worked in a way that does not work for us. Which means that sanctions, plus many other factors, are going to hurt Russian economy, but as a result of it, four things that we didn't want are going to happen. First, nevertheless, that Russia is going to be economically very much damaged by the sanctions. In the near future, it's not going to change Russia's foreign policy. And this is not going to change Russia's foreign policies because there is one important thing that at least I'm taking as major lessons out of the talks with Mr. Putin. He will do his best not to show weakness. Not to show weakness is going to be the major objective of the Russian foreign policy. Secondly, what is going to happen, and this is quite important, Russians are intelligent people. By the way, the level of the economic elite is really first class. It's a big country. They know that even if the sanctions are going to be lifted now, for the next 2 or 3 years, the investors are not going to jump and run to Russia. So having lifting of the sanctions as a priority does not make economic sense. Thirdly, for years, Mr. Putin wanted to cut some of the financial and cultural dependence of his own elite on Europe. He came with the legislations that Russian high officials should not have accounts in the Western banks. He was basically trying to make them less dependent on the West. Of course, the Russian elite does not trust Mr. Putin much. For them, Europe was insurance policies. They prefer to have their money, their kids, and their houses in Prague than in Moscow. But now with this confrontation, many of them are coming back because it was not only Putin, but now our intelligence service is going after them. And what we should understand is that Russia goes in a policy of isolationism and self-isolationism. Putin, unlike the Soviet Union, is not strong enough to isolate Russia because he does not have ideology and idea of future to tell them. So he created a crisis where he needs our help to close Russia. If in 1960s, in Berlin, when the Soviets decided to cut with the West, they erected a wall. Now Mr. Putin created a situation in which the Ukrainians want to build a wall. So he outsourced closing to us. And for us this is a problem, because if the sanctions are going to stay for a while, some of the other players, India, China and others, they can see that we're using the infrastructure, global infrastructure that we control for our own purposes. And this is a very strong incentive for deglobalization. And I do believe that the European Union is going to be the major loser of deglobalization. So from this point of view, if we're going to be serious, on one level, we should try basically to contain Russia in the way what they're doing there, but we should not encourage Russia's isolationism, and we should not basically encourage Russia's getting out of the global infrastructure, because this is going to hurt us.
I think we've got about 15 minutes for comments and questions from you. Okay, please. And please introduce yourself, okay? Do you have a microphone?
Introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm Alan Miller from the New York Salon. Thank you. It's a very fascinating discussion. I was interested in Robert Cooper's suggestion that we live in a post-imperial world, well, particularly in Europe. In the context of this discussion, because it does strike me that we don't live in the classic imperialist world, but when we talk about Russia and what it thinks, I think there's a slight arrogance, it strikes me, because it is the case that America and Britain and France and Germany and what we call the West has intervened in many countries in these last 25 years, and we look at some of the consequences of those interventions and how perhaps regional issues get exacerbated and blown up into big international, very bloody events, and then we are left with situations like ISIL in Iraq, for instance. And when we see these things and we see that perhaps democratically elected people are encouraged by the West to be taken out of position, we see that the West, both America, people like John Kerry and his advisors, and also the EU, take a very active position in areas like the Ukraine. I would be very concerned if that was on my border, and I would be very concerned that that would stoke up and activate and create problems. And I think that we need to take a slight pause when we have this discussion, because much of the discussion, particularly in Britain, but I think across parts of Western Europe and America, is that there's this mad guy called Putin who's hell-bent on creating a whole new Cold War. And we're already talking about rearming. In Germany, people are saying, perhaps you better get ready to fight over Ukraine. And I think in many ways, my question to you would be, how can we look at this so that we can deactivate some of the pressure, step away from some of that tension, and not exacerbate it?
I would like to gather 2 more questions, and there will be only the 1 round of questions. Okay, so who? Yeah, Milan Nich, please. Okay, thanks. And who will be? Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that Ivan shared with us his own conclusion from the Valdai Club, because that would have been my question. But now, 2 short questions for everybody. Number 1, what do you think about the time scale that we can think of rationally now from in 2014 about the confrontation between Putin's Russia and the West? Some people are already thinking about 2024, because this is the end of the 2nd mandate of Vladimir Putin, and maybe he will stay longer. Is it really such a long time scale that we should be thinking about self-isolation of Russia, or how long do you expect the current trajectory, the baseline scenario, could go on? And second question, how do you evaluate the foreign policy performance of Germany in this crisis? This is perhaps the first crisis in which Germany leads Europe. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and we've got a 3rd question and the last one, okay? There. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Tomasz Łoń, Polish ambassador in Slovakia. I have a question to Vasyl Cherepanin. And let me put it in a context. If I say that the integration of Ukraine to the European Union, eventually with Ukraine as member of the European Union, is the Polish foreign policy number 1 priority, I wouldn't be far from the truth. But then you said that Europe is not a finished project because of Ukraine. But I'm not sure whether I understood you correctly. Whose job is now to finish this project? Is it European Union's, or is it Ukrainian and Ukrainians? Thank you.
So I think we'll start with the last question. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for the question. It's a long story, of course, because I would say that the European politics towards its eastern neighborhood was mistaken in a lot of cases, yeah, and I can generalize and call it that it's Ukraine. So maybe it was mistake not to include Ukraine from the very beginning in the processes that were typical after the crash of the Soviet Union in 1990-91. Because you know, on the one hand you have this like antagonism of the 2 symbolic dates, which depict the difference between so-called social world, socialist world, and post-Soviet world. Because what was achieved for the satellites of the USSR was absolutely different for the former Soviet republics, because this kind of emancipative declaration to have a free Europe was somehow transformed. I mean, the proclamation of the 1989 movements was transformed into a fortress Europe, fortress for those who are outside. And Ukraine was experiencing and still experience this kind of attitude. Even more after the crash of the USSR, the relevance of the borders in general, which were supposed to be overcome after 1989. After the crash of the Soviet Union, the relevance of the borders even grew. So we are living like in parallel worlds. But now, as I said, the revolution and war against Ukraine showed that it's not possible anymore to live in two worlds. It should be somehow united. It's a big question how. Of course, Ukrainian politicians are responsible too. But on the other hand, what I would like to underline is that one shouldn't evaluate Maidan only in the context of the EU integration. The refusal to sign the EU agreement by the ex-president Yanukovych was only the pretext for the protest. Yeah, it provoked the protest, but a pretty small one. Yeah. That's why it was called Euromaidan. The real Maidan, without the Euro prefix, started after the police attack on the students' Euromaidan. That was a real starting point. Only afterwards, from the 1st of December last year, the people of Ukraine began to join the protest on an unprecedented level. And it was transformed from Euromaidan into people's uprising. And not only for Europe, but rather against criminal and repressive state apparatus of Ukraine. That is the true meaning that Maidan has. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Robert Cooper.
Actually, that's a bit of the answer that I was going to give. These events were not sponsored or organized by the West. The European Union, in my view, has always been deeply ambivalent about Ukraine, unfortunately, but that's it. It's very divided, like it's divided on most other things. And there are people in the European Union who have objected to joint language in joint statements which implied that Ukraine was a European country. And the reason they do that is because the treaty says any European country can join the European Union. I find this is really a bad, stupid joke. But there's a lot of work that Ukraine has to do to join the European Union. But really what it has to do is to straighten itself out. And everybody always talks about the democratically elected Mr. Yanukovych, but actually Ukraine is a far from democratic state and has been a far from democratic state until maybe these last elections where there is a gleam of democracy. But it's been an entirely corrupted state for much of the last period. And it's really bad when not only the government is corrupt, but the opposition is corrupt too. So now there is maybe a chance, but these events were not very much to do with the outside, with how I understood it. It was, as you say, it was an attack on the corruption of Ukraine and the hope that Europe could save them. I doubt it. I think only Ukraine can save them. I hope that we will help, and I hope that you succeed. And I think you should be allowed to run the country the way that the people want. And I think they were there. So I don't see this as anything to do with imperialism. I agree with in a way there is a kind of post-imperial complacency in some ways in Europe that's not very pleasant. And one ought to understand that other people have problems too. I'm even ready to understand that Mr. Putin has problems, because without that,
you don't in the end reach a resolution.
Thank you. Ivan Kastev, Ivan Gabal, and Ingo Schulz, I would like all of you for just 1 minute answer.
Just two things. One is about the time perspective, which come from Milan. This is even more tricky than this. We don't know how post-Putin's Russia is going to look like. And it can be even more dangerous than Putin's Russia. 2 years ago, before any annexation of Crimea and others, there was a Transatlantic Trends survey that had been done about the foreign policy perspectives of different societies. So I decided to see what's going to be the Russia's foreign policy if only people who declare that they are in opposition to Mr. Putin, around 20% of the population, are going to vote and to decide. And this anti-Putin Russia was even more anti-Western. So from this point of view, I do believe one of the things that we should not do is extrapolate things that we know from places like Serbia and others and believe that this is what's going to happen. We are trying to understand how Putin's Russia looks like. Post-Putin Russia could be very also kind of problematic because one of the weakest points of the current regime is that there is no succession mechanism. You don't know. There is no elections. Mr. Putin is not a Tsar, and if he is a Tsar, he does not have a son. And certainly there is not a party, like the Communist Party of China, that can basically decide on the next leader. And this makes the situation extremely uncertain, and in a certain way, this is part of where the tensions come from. So when we talk about next Russia, I do believe we should work with more than one scenario. Because one of the things that Putin really feared, and this at least in my interpretation was one of the reasons he went on annexation of Crimea, not on controlling Crimea, which is different. He could have made a frozen conflict, we are going to have a different conversation. But annexation of Crimea was that he feared that losing Ukraine, losing Kiev to Maidan was going basically to change the political situation in Moscow, and the nationalistic opposition is going to turn against him. And this is what he really fears. It's not the liberal groups in Moscow, in my view, that he fears.
A few words to this timing, because I would consider it as the most important question. Shall we see the long-term crisis or short-term? What I would consider as the most risky period is a period before new US president is elected, and I expect heavy military testing of the Western ability and an effort to weaken further US interest in Europe and to disunite European Union by all means. So this is next 2 years and 2 months. Yes. And but what can be a longer perspective is due to this internal change in atmosphere and attitudes inside the Russian society as far as attitudes toward us, and we should see its attitude toward us. And last but not least, we observe increasing effort of Russian middle class to withdraw their money from Russia. So the impact of economic sanction is influencing heavily private money, savings, value, etc. So we can expect, and this is where I would see another factor contributing to the tough domestic atmosphere in Russia, a really significant impact of economic sanction. However, it should be said that if we want to protect international law and our legal system, and if we don't want to go to war, you have no other option than economic sanction and diplomatic effort.
Thank you. And Ingo Schulze, please.
The question concerning the role of German foreign policy is maybe not the right question for me. But in the last 3-4 years, I've been confronted with this issue quite often, and the question is whether Germany now tries to achieve a goal with the help of euro it failed to achieve before with the armed forces. And I deal with this question, and Germany has historic memory and experience. We still have many Germans alive, Germans who fought in the Ukraine. And here we need a high level of responsibility, and we should be also playing the role of a bridge. And I hope that we will be able to come with ideas that will open the road from Lisbon to Novosibirsk. And I think that is the only alternative. There is nothing better. We cannot afford to end up in a situation of a vicious circle. We speak of the self-determination of Ukraine, but it is also an issue concerning both parties. Both parties have to be open and must say what they want. And it is in the interest of all of us to open this space, to open from Lisbon to Vladivostok. And
so I will not comment all these interesting issues that were raised during our conversation. I think it was just a starter, a first part of a 3 days long Central European Forum in Bratislava, and I think it's very promising. You will not go out from this theater for 3 days. And the second panel will just start in, I don't know, 15 minutes or half an hour maybe. So we really have to close. We really have to finish it now. But I think it was really great to see all of you listening so carefully to our speakers, and I would like to thank all of you for your participation in this really European debate. Thank you a lot. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I will be speaking English here. I'm Czech journalist Martin Eil, and before our panelists will prepare for the next debate, I have a pleasure to introduce you to the Visegrad Insight magazine, which is for free up there close to the wardrobe. This is issue published twice yearly with the support of International Visegrad Fund. It's in English, and this issue is special because it introduces the new project of New Europe 100, which is selection of the 100 challengers, innovators, successful people from all around the region. It was done with the support of Visegrad Fund, Google, Financial Times, and Polish magazine Respublika, whose editor-in-chief, Wojciech Przybylski, apologizes not to be here. So I'm instead of him because I'm one of the editors of that magazine. And I encourage you either to read the magazine or to look at the web pages of the New Europe 100. You might see the symbol neweurope100.org, where you can follow the developments, because we have chosen around 100 not only people but the projects. 16 of them are from Slovakia, which is good news for you because the Czechs are only 14. So you have won over us in this sense. And there are many other actions or follow-up conferences being prepared, and examples of the successful stories you can find in this Visegrad Insight magazine, and I encourage you to follow also the magazine next issue. We just decided it will be about education, which is beside the people, beside the successful and people with the vision and with the courage to enforce their projects. We need also very well educated people. So next issue, which will be published next spring, will be focused on education. Thank you very much and enjoy the evening.
Dobrý večer.
Good evening. Dobrý večer. This discussion will be held in Slovak and French. Mr. Gilles Lipovecký and Václav Bělohradský are our tonight's guests. They will speak in their mother languages in order to be the most precise, because this is quite a complicated topic. You will receive information concerning the channels on which you will be able to listen to your respective languages. I believe that it's channels number 2 and 6, but I am not quite sure. I believe these gentlemen do not need any special introduction, but after the end of this panel, there will be an autograph signing possibility where you can also by the works by Mr. Lipovietsky, as well as those by Mr. Bielohradsky. I believe that you have all your headsets, so we can jump right into our topic, which is the shrinking of the public space, the public as such, whether the public space has disappeared or a new one is in the making. This is an important topic today when we remember the 25th anniversary of the creation of the Public Against Violence. So we are going to speak about public, if there is any such thing as public today. Mr. Lipovietsky, good evening. My first question is addressed to you. Today, we are witnessing the emptying of public spaces, the shrinking of public spaces. Good evening. I'm very happy to be with you in this very lovely city that I had not known before. I am very happy that I had a chance to come here and also to have the opportunity to discuss serious issues, but sometimes even frivolous issues, because the interconnection between public and private space creates a specific configuration. What is it specific about? What is specific about it? I'll answer this question, which is often presented in the media. We often speak about private life. We can see these issues being discussed on the internet, and people even publish their private information, private pictures on the internet. So this is a private space which differs from the concept of the public space of the past. The public space where we encounter one another suffers from a certain deflation, from lack of motivation. And I have to say at this point that there is a shrinking of private life, or some kind of retreat of private life. First of all, private life as such has disappeared today because we have people on the internet who are discussing everything, showing everything. I do not consider this to be as a complete loss of private life, but it is a new definition of boundaries of what's private life. We have to all understand that when you go to your Facebook page, you have a key, you have a password by means of which you can reconstitute your private space. And through this private space, you communicate about everything you are doing, you want to do. On the other hand, as you know, there are many crises. There are people who want to show their private lives towards the outside. Like, for example, homosexuality is a problem that even led to suicides, because these are things that that used to be considered as secrecy, as something that's private, but this is not private anymore. So the definition of what's private has changed. And when we want to enter our private life, we need the password. Let me ask a question to Mr. Bielohradek. You spoke about the loss of secret life, private life. I do not think so. I believe there is just a different definition of what's private life.
We have mentioned the issue of disappearing privacy or changing privacy, which we enter via codes in some cases. And my question is, what equivalent to this would be a change in the public space? Let's say a great slogan when analyzing the television space was a global village. Marshall McLuhan was the first one to come with this concept or term of global village, and it is not interpreted in the original meaning. The original meaning was it's an oxymoron. We know how the American presidents walk, or we've seen Reagan's intestines when he was sick, and we know how they speak, and we know what is their accent, like the people in the village. But in this case, it's a global village, and the global village lacks something. That's the proximity of a normal village, and I think that was a problem. And today, we are in a different global village. I would call a global village of leaked information about everything and everyone. So it's a global village of the reverse side. For instance, in our public space, in its center, we have a mass of information called WikiLeaks, which is the leaked information, which casts a sharp light on what is democracy and decision-making in democracy and what is diplomacy, etc. We all remember this famous Fuck Europe, which is a leaked telephone call from BBC. And what this will do with the public space, because everywhere we come to leaked information about everything and everyone, and it has consequences which are a key to understand the era we live. And the first consequence is a too sober view. Maybe you remember Marx and his sentence in the Communist Manifest that the ice water of bourgeoisie cast cold water on religion, blah, blah, and made us to see the world in a sober way. And then so today, the WikiLeaks, this leaked information, this mass of uncontrolled information about everything and everyone, forces us to get a new sober view. And are we so far as to say a cynic view? I am almost inclined to say yes. Let's take this general hatred to politicians and politics. It is surely linked with the fact that we are informed about politics from this leaked information, from this tapped information, from different stolen information. And what is the consequence of this? The most important one. The most important consequence is that we are witnesses of loss of face. Everybody tries to keep a face, something like what Velikovsky calls a utility surface, and you may lose it. And we live in society where due to WikiLeaks, all institutions lost their face, including the states, politics, and you are unable to keep a representation of the whole. And I think this is the most important factor of public space. And these waves of angriness, angry people, this turn to political figures like Berlusconi or Marie Le Pen, is this turn, because we don't know what to do with this mass of leaked information, which is taking away the legitimacy, but it comes with no offer. Mr. Lipovietsky, do you agree? Do you want to comment, or are you going to continue this idea of Mr. Bielohradsky? I will continue, elaborate on this idea. My point of view will be not the point of view of internet. It is a very important aspect though, and I think that this changes, its metamorphosis of public space today is something which is linked to this deep change we witness today. Maybe in the past it was collective ideas which would determine the access to public life. We had revolutions, we had socialism, we had republic in France and in Spain and in southern countries. I think the countries would have the same line of thinking. I am not so familiar with other contexts. And in the last decades, we see these large collective ideologies which have changed, which have also changed the relation to public life, and in a broader concept, a political life, was this promise of a different, of a better future. There was a hope, of course, that tomorrow it will be different. We had an idea that via politics we can change the world. However, I think that almost everywhere in all countries this belief disappeared. You speak about the function of the political space, the space that was this exclusive promise of a future. Is there another public space? No, I don't think that there is something else coming to replace it. We don't have to stick to the idea that we will live in an empty space. And the political intention is something different. I don't want to speak about it because if I continue what I've said before is this idea, democracy, public space, which shrinked and which is vanishing, and we see collapsing democratic life, but I don't think that it is the reality. It is a different understanding of democracy which is now translated into certain fights, commitments, and goals which are far better targeted and short-term, and people, citizens, through elections, voting, think that they will be able to create a new world. And I think this doesn't exist. But it doesn't mean that the people don't do anything today. What we see today is a counter-democracy. That is how we used to call it. The idea that we have a democracy of supervision, of participation, or democracy that expresses something.
But do you think it works? Do you believe in what you're saying? Yes. For example, in France, you have a project of building a dam in one of the regions, doesn't matter where. This was announced by democratic institutions using normal channels, but at the same time there are various associations that voice their disagreement with the construction of the dam, like, for example, environmentalists. So what does it mean? It doesn't mean that there is a kind of an apathy or indifference. We want public things, but our motivation is different. Maybe we are not today committed to our party. People do not trust political parties. They do not trust the government, parliament. That is the traditional institutions for public life. This, however, does not mean that they will not purchase their clothes in Zara or will not go to a supermarket. Is there a relationship, in your opinion, between what Mr. Bielohradsky said, that is a loss of trust of people in political parties or the state, and the fact that today there are many things that seem to be published by, so to say, mistake, as a leak. I know what you want to say, but there is something that also contributes to this fact. Like, for example, there is a much deeper skepticism compared to the period of Cold War. At that time, there was ideological blindness, which means that even if people had information, they would not believe them. They said, no, we are not able to explain this on the basis of this information. People had information, but it's much more complicated. We cannot simply say we do not believe anymore. People are not bound to major ideologies as before. They receive lots of information concerning not only hard facts, but there are various conspiracy or conspirational theories and such. And it's going to be necessary to fight this phenomenon. I believe that this conspirationalism is not only related to the Internet. Let me briefly explain it. I believe that this is also a reflection of society that has not a concept of the future. And I think this is a symptomatic phenomenon. People create or take certain measures motivated by fear of the future because of the loss of prospects. And when people are afraid of, for example, unemployment or things like that, they tend to fall down upon themselves, and this may be also due to this. So, do you really believe that we are not able to replace the shrinking public space to fill it with something? The basic idea is to create a legitimate representation of the whole. A real representation only exists when it is able to generate a legitimate representation of the whole. And what is representation? We are all familiar with the saying that nobody is a hero before he is a butler, but we live in the world which is filled with butlers, and there is always a leak of what I say, I believe, in private. Like, for example, our minister at the time when he was to fly to Mandela's funeral said that I really don't feel like flying so far, but this leaked, and the Czech media elaborated on this very negative attitude. And this is the word of butlers. A butler could have heard this statement, and now the whole world can hear it. It means that the emptying of the public space means that it is no longer possible to represent the whole. And why? Because this leaked data, leaked information acts like a caustic agent which disintegrates everything, because there are elements like wiretapping and things that can be used to this effect. And the result is the following. Representation needs distance. and each of us wants to generate a positive self-image and radiate this image to the others. People should have the possibility to hide something they do not want to expose. And when we rob people of this possibility, we rob them of their life behind the scenes, so to say. And in the global village, I am not able to radiate such positive image of myself because it is immediately undermined by thousands of other messages that will disintegrate such positive image. Like, for example, in the Czech Republic, Andrej Babiš is delegitimized by a number of suspicions, and yet he received 30% of votes. That's one thing. And the other thing is what Mr. Lipovetsky discussed is the structure of public space. Public space is the arena of fight for the future. And the idea of a better life had always been the major goal of the entire public space. But now there has been a change described by Lipovetsky. There is a hypertrophy of the present. We know the statement that there is no past and future, but there is only the presence of the past, presence of the present, and present of the future. But the present seems to be too imperialistic because it has a strong prevalence over the past and the future. The future is becoming privatized. Future had always been connected with a public dimension, but today it is connected with the private. So this is the emptying of the public space. It is not possible to legitimize the representation of the whole and to connect it with the future.
Mr. Lipovetsky, you've heard this elaboration. Do you think that it is not possible to recover the public space because we are living a period of hyper-individualization of society? The answer, I think it is possible to recover it. What we can't recover is a public space under the old model. That was something where we see a lack of modernism, of something that is modern, because what is modern today is something against the former regime, against the tradition, etc. And the actors are the state and political parties of such a construction. And the problem is that political parties and the state are not something trusted by the population, by the citizens anymore. What we see is an effort to try new ways in pushing the democratic life forward. We see new forms of democracy emerging, getting established, and that is accompanied by a crisis of democracy. We didn't mention it so far, but you might know that the participation in elections is on decline, so there is a lack, and that is a symptom of it. Let's say in the United States, every second citizen goes to vote, and on the other hand, we have a crisis of failing. Why it is a crisis of representation? Why it is a crisis of political elites? And why, after the war, when we could when we had the chance to do a good politics and not ideological politics, we have come to this situation? The answer: I have written several books on this issue, but I think that we have a certain pressure of consumerism, and what we see is not a politics which is disappearing, but what we see that this absolute belief is disappearing, and that is a consequence of both world wars. Then it is also a consequence of the communist experience with its gulags on this continent. And the Europeans are very reserved to this politics. And on the other hand, we see this pressure of this consumption fever, and people are asking what is the purpose of their existence in their private time. They travel in their private time, they are listening to music, they listen newspapers, use other media, and this was not possible before because people only had to work. And today we are in a different situation, and people are looking for the purpose of their life. They try to look for something intense in their existence. Two questions. First question: so the politics have lost the means to resolve public issues? The answer: yes. That is what I wanted to conclude. This is the third factor. First we had crisis, then we have a consumption way of life, and thirdly, we see an impotence of the state and the politicians vis-à-vis globalization. A modern state was a voluntaristic state. We have said we are going to change life. And today, everybody would laugh. Nobody believes it. Why? Because capitalism determines the running of the world, but if a state wants to avoid growing unemployment, they are not able to do it. We have crises and crises which are not producing jobs, and state is impotent, and citizens have understood. They have understood that the state can do something, but not much. And we may say, okay, there is a preference to invest into certain activities, into certain shares, which can be controlled. For instance, I have said environmentalists, they say, yes, we can do something, but the state is never doing anything. And this is the third factor, which was not here in the 18th or 19th century, because then the religion of the politicians was the law is the God, and today it is the people via their representatives. And we know that the state has weakened and has yielded to the growing power of the market. If we continue to see this atrophy of parliamentary democracy, then we will still continue to face the problems of our society. The question is, how can political liberalism continue to be a participant and cope with the growing liberal capitalism?
Síly sa vyčerpali, nemajú schopnosti dnes už ovládať.
What we heard was that the political forces are emptied, exhausted, they cannot control as they used to. And now see the political forces and the impact on society. Sometimes we're even happier that they don't have this power anymore.
Another thing, Central Europe, after the end of the Cold War, has not been able, in spite of its historic experience, in spite of energy on the squares in Praha and Bratislava, and in the face of all this, Central Europe was not able to renew this trust. I don't know how it could have done it, because Central Europe had always been skeptical. Central Europe never believed in languages, our culture. For example, Kafka, Karl Kraus, or others say that the words are exploding in our mouths. They do not mean anything. Culture of Central Europe had always been pessimistic, or better to say, skeptic. It never believed in the bright future of nations, and it had a distance from all the strong identities. It was a civilization of dawn, not the civilization of dusk, crepuscule. The civilization of dusk was our civilization, not the civilization of dawn. So we are not really heroes of strong opinions. We never believed in strong opinions, and I believe it may be somewhat positive. So our contribution to Europe is good George Schweik or Karl Kraus with his analysis of language. And as we all know, there is also a kind of affiliation between postmodern culture and Central European culture. Milan Kundera is a symbol of this symbiosis. Milan Kundera spoke about Central European culture and about postmodernism. But I also want to say something different. That is there any post-representative democracy that does not work with the concept of representation of the whole? How could it function? I would say that society in which we live today is in a deep depression. And when we remember what is the function of depression in the Darwin's evolutionary system, when the herd of apes, when the leader of this company is replaced by younger apes, older apes are in a depression or fall into a depression, which is good for them, because if they responded in one way or another, the other individuals in the group would kill them. And I believe that this can be likened to our situation. We are in depression, but if we tried to defend ourselves, maybe it would be even worse. So this post-representative democracy has reached a stage where people are in a depression. This is also the case of Italy. Italy used to take to the streets. People used to take to the streets every other week, but today it is no longer the case. But there is an exception. There is strong identity-related discourses. Modern public space is against ancien regime, against everything that's old. Tradition must be stronger than what is rational. Only what's rational, what's capable of defending its rationality can withstand, can exist. So there has been a reversal, and from culture, tradition towards identity. Identity-related discourse is everywhere around us. So public space is so to use the words of Lipovetsky, remanaged, rearranged. It is rearranged. And opportunism enters public life. This is also the sign of exhaustion of public space. It is no longer rebelling against anything, and the one important feature is that we are in a democracy of permanent accusation. And these accusations are quite confused, and if politicians are accused of anything, very few of them end up before a court. So there are accusations emanating from leaked information. It seems that we have information about almost anybody that we could use against them. So there is this accusation or denunciation, and this is what replaced the initial being against something. So the rebellion against something has been replaced by this accusation. And why is this so? Not only the legislative process, but also the legitimate, what's legitimate is important. And when we stopped defending public space, legality or legitimacy is being suppressed. For example, in the West, in America, it is the trade unions that may take up this role. So legality is overloaded, and in the public space where we should use post-representative democracy is a concept which no longer works with the category of demos or with the category of democracy, and yet it would be a certain way of how to change society. But I believe that it is yet not possible to distinguish the first signs of such movements. Mr. Lipovetsky, you said that it is not quite true that new forms of democratic life are emerging, such forms that will no longer need political parties, but will need political representation. Do you agree with what has been said? Because we do not see this new democracy. Is it not only an illusion? Aren't we only hoping that the others will do something for us and will resolve such things for us? I would like to go back to what has been said. I agree with the diagnosis that used a very apt phenomenon or expression of a society in depression. It is true that we go through the moments of a collective depression, and this is what I would like to base my discourse on. In the past, we were looking for the reasons for such depression, and these are, in my opinion, quite easy to distinguish. I would like to ask two questions. What can happen as a result of this deep depression of Western societies? The first scenario is as follows. Society has become so depressed that there will appear a reaction of totalitarian type. Collective cohesion will emerge because depression is related to individualization, and individualization is based on anxiety. People are disoriented. They lost hope. They do not believe anything. They are afraid, anxious, and there will be a moment when demand will emerge for a strong state. Let us have a look at Russia. Something similar is happening there. There is a false democracy, non-liberal system, strong government, strong state that displays its power in this way. I do not believe in such scenario. I believe there could also be another scenario, and that is a strong interconnection with Western democracy, human rights and freedoms, even though this may not take the form of an engagement, personal involvement, but I believe that there will be freedom of press, freedom of expression, and it is even possible that the depression will grow stronger. We witness emergence of psychopathological disorders and the use of psychotropic medication which has a sedative effect. For example, never before have people used so many anxiety-suppressing drugs, and this may be due to this depression in society. But I do not believe that totalitarianism will be chosen. Yet the other thing is ever more evident. In our democracies, there are certain violent events that could not have been foreseen. Like, for example, we have new people who turned into ideology of jihad, and yet they were not born in the Middle East, but they were born in Europe, in France, in the United States, in other countries, and they are acting out of the context, which means for society that there is a multiplication of various sects, like, for example, in the United States, where the sects create their own micro-collectives, where they have their own narrow identity. And also Islamic State replaces the idea. Do you want to imply that Islamic State replaces this ideology of public space? Or those people who are leaving, for example, France or England, going to Iraq, what do they look for? They are looking for this affinity, affiliation with something, this faith, belief, passion, which is no longer possible in our consumer democracy. There is a risk that I would call the risk of dangerous minorities rather than dangerous majority. So the risk of democracy consisting in dangerous majority is no longer present. What is present and what is really a risk are various sects and individual psychopathologies. What to do with this? Is this irreversible? When we look at European democracies, we can see that not all of them have fallen into a similar depression. It is interesting, for example, to note that such country as the Netherlands is a country that has many people who declare themselves to be the happiest in the world. It's maybe because they smoke a lot. They smoke pot because they have this free choice to smoke pot. And I agree with it. I am a liberal in this issue because really this is something that makes people calmer. The same as beer. But I also want to say that there are countries that have been able to reconstitute a less conflict-ridden society. Yet there had been also mass killings, but not in the Netherlands. It was in Norway, but also of course, in the Netherlands. There was this killing.
I'm not saying it's paradise, but I think that compared to the market force, we have certain goals we need to have, and the goals are maybe not linked with this reconstituting of politics, but we have certain measures we should try to apply. A part of the ideology is rhetorics we don't believe in. We have certain actions we must take. For example, measures that would allow people to have the feeling that may act in their own life. And in order to be able to do so, they must be able to invest into education. Education is not only ideology. Today it is investments into the education system. When you talk about investments, you talk about money? Answer, yes, of course, money is needed. People have to be trained, educated. How do you imagine a person could do in our globalized world if you have only people with only one type of education? No. We don't need rhetorics and speeches. We need to transform the education system, not because of humanistic reasons of the past, but because an individual should be able to control his or her own life and be able to look for other things than the opium from television and the other things they find which are not ideal in the humane perspective. I think this is a role for the state. The state can't do much against the market. Take the Wall Street. In the education system, the state can do a lot. And I believe in it because when individuals have the possibility to become the creators of their own existence, then there will be a possibility given to get involved into future activities, actions, which are maybe not dreams of changing the world, but it will be dreams of establishing one's own company, to compose music, to write a book. So there are so many possibilities how to act, and therefore you need educated people, and that will not happen from nothing. Why shouldn't the people be trained, educated themselves? Why are they needed? Why do they need to be trained or educated? Why? Because the market is flooded by brands and fashion. I don't want to characterize it at the absolute evil, but the truth is that consumption is everywhere. Everybody wants to have a smartphone and to travel, but this cannot be the purpose. The goal of life is only a vehicle, it's only a means. It's very good to have it, but if it is reduced down to this, then I think it's a very sad civilization. It's sad that after 2,000 years of humanism, we can't offer anything else to our children than a visit to a supermarket or to have every day a different brand. I think it's too sad if this should be the goal. I think that a human being is not only a consumer. Yes, he is also a consumer. It's good to have choice, to have a rich choice and a choice of traveling, of goods, etc. It's very good, but world is more than this. A human being is a being that thinks, that acts, that creates, someone who fights for a better world. There are many aspects in human life. And what is consumption about? Consumption has taken too much space. It has expanded too much, and it floods also the public and private life in a way. We see this invasion because a human being alone can't resist anymore. If you go to a shopping mall or a supermarket, you go there because there is nothing else to do. Why is consumption flooding the world? Not because of marketing, not because of advertisements. It is because of no choice. There is no other choice. If there is nothing else, then you are left with consumption. The question, you say there is nothing else. What else should there be? Because you are only a consumer, so what else could there be? I can give you one sample. If you are a musician, if you compose music, or if you are a writer and you write a drama or you love something, and if you have such a passion, then consumption is not so important anymore. You will not go to a supermarket and you are not dream of buying such and such brand because you have other goals. You want to write your piece of art, you want to compose your music, you want to make a movie, you are involved, engaged in something, and I'm not speaking only a political engagement. I speak about different actions, about passions. If you have this passion which leads you to creation, then against this, consumption doesn't count. And market will not like such people. I agree with you. I think that market, and you ask me, no, I'm not here to defend Wall Street or world brands. I think that market can invest also in other things. There are many things which can be done. I don't want to make market the real devil, but we have market, we have consumption, and that is the problem. We are too busy with them. And I think this is the wrong choice to start a front attack. No, we are the ones who are responsible, and the real way, and I think you understood it well, the way how to stop it is not legislation. We've seen that legislation won't stop the market. We must give weapons into the hands of people, not an ideology, but they need something to do. A human being is not only a genetic material that develops. No, a human being needs the will to live, the will to invent, the will to create, because creativity is the power in a human being. Creativity gives the purpose, and then all the other aspects are secondary.
Pán Bielohradský, počúvali ste pozorne.
Mr. Bielohradsky, you listened with great attention, as we all did. Today, there is a prevailing interest in making investment into individualization of people, as Mr. Lipovetsky says, or should we act the other way around? Maybe I will somewhat deviate myself from this passion for engagement. The problem of public space lies mainly in the creation of solidarity, of the feeling of affiliation with a whole, and representation serves for this purpose. I do not want to speak as an extremist, Darwinist, but still I want to, for example, exemplify this on how speech was created. Speech was created as a means of communication among the monkeys in the past, the apes, and when they developed their communication beyond the stage of pushing one another, they started to also develop as a species, and then they developed into human species, and the groups of humans are globalized, and again we are witnessing the lack of communication using words. Maybe people will go back to pushing one another as a means of communication, and people will return to the new governance of proximity. Most crimes today are committed as crimes of proximity, that is, crimes within families or within groups of people who are very close to one another in the physical meaning of the term. So all the wholes have intermingled, and it is necessary to create a global cyber society. At this time in Italy, in Rome, there are street fights with a group of immigrants because local population tries to chase them away from their city district. And this phenomenon of hatred or unrest is the result of being too close to one another. And in the past, we used speech in order to master these problems. The ancient peoples were not very close to another, but they gradually merged together, and today it is necessary to find a language. I hope it's not going to be English, but we have to find a language that would be based on this physical closeness of proximity. This is very complicated because we are not like one another. We are getting nearer to one another without being similar to one another. So this is the rapprochement between those who are not similar. But this is not universalism. It is simply closeness, physical proximity of different entities. And the greatest problem, in my view, today is multiculturalism. multiculturalism in a certain meaning of the term, because the concept of multiculturalism is sometimes perceived as a banal concept. Ronald Bard in Everyday Myths commented a picture of a black person in French uniform saluting before a French flag, and he said this is a phenomenon of multiculturalism, but we all belong to a certain cultural or interculturalism that that has a soothing effect on us. But this was not really multicultural picture. Multicultural society differs from a multiracial society by being joined in culture, not only traditions. Culture is something that makes people close to one another. For example, where a woman opposes the dictate of males, this is an expression of culture, not of the tradition. And in order to come back to our initial role, we have to realize what was the initial function of the language. It was the idea of keeping individuals together in a group, in a herd, in a group of animals. And we also have to consider the question, what is the relationship between the national language and the public space? Is it really possible to replace? I, for example, believe that the role of the English language is very negative, especially at the university level, where English is accepted as the language of choice, and the power that lies in individual languages is lost, and the loss of this relationship between the language and certain criticism expressed in the language, it is not possible to translate everything into English. There are things that cannot be translated into English, and it is difficult to bring this back to the public space. Passion. What is political passion? Let us say that political passion is identification with something general. Alain Badiou has been to Prague. He is a philosopher of verité, a philosopher of truth, return to what is general, and he defended the word communism. He said that it is necessary to bring communism back into public life. This was met with great criticism. People were saying that communism has been discredited, but he said that the word democracy in French fares even worse. And it's really true that the passion can never be passion for something private. It must always be passion for a whole, for universality. We all belong to the West today, but what is West? West is civilization, the type of civilization where I can express or where I can claim that I am right, and I can claim this against all the others. So I am not really condemned for this saying or for this believing, and professing truth. Professing passion is something that is closely related to the West, but political truth is something that prevents me from integrating into society as it is. Political passion always means identification with something, but it does not enable me to identify and integrate into society as it is. But there is a memory of a person, attitudes of a person, and this is basically what is West. But West is everywhere. Globalized society is everywhere. And passion is always something that has a relation to the whole and not to an individual. And this should be brought back to the game.
Z mojej strany.
Now I think we should start a discussion also with the audience, but before that I want to ask both of you, I say it in French if you allow, Mr. Bielohradsky. So both of you mentioned the necessity to belong to a large number of people because a collective action is, in your view, more important or better than an individual action. Why? I don't know. I'm a bit lost. I don't know whether a collective action is more important than an individual action, because an individual action is also important. We haven't talked a lot about private life, but I think the essence for everyone is private life. The most important thing is private life. I think we shouldn't go back to the idea that collective is everything. I think what we witnessed in the West last years, this autonomization of private life and the fact that public space has less hope. But I don't think that it is dying. I don't agree with that. The fact that democracy, public space, is stripped of any passion, so to say, it doesn't mean that it's absolutely negative. It's partially negative, but there is also something positive, and that is that we are not dying. That is the basic point. Europe has experienced 2 world wars due to the passion of politicians. It is not that I suffer from nostalgia, but the fact that society maybe gives too much stress to individualism today is true, but it doesn't mean that I want to go back to the past. I think the past was horrible. It was barbaric. It was a barbaric period which has no precedence in history. And public space and collectivism are more or less floating, I would say. And I think that public space is something which has done away with this mortal wars. I think the mortal wars of the past were really something horrible, and we have not opted for a way when we fight each other. I think it's good that we accept today individual action, this part of individuality, but it's also true that it brings some risks. You've mentioned it, and there are also other risks in public space. For instance, we see a fragmentation in Europe. We have no time to discuss it, but it's a key point. We've seen a problem in Catalonia. We see problems in Belgium. Maybe the Basque will be a next problem area. But you see that there is public space which is based on a collective identity. You've mentioned the Netherlands, and we see also efforts of separation which are the result of economic and cultural facts. And I think that this is not a solution of the problem. For me, it's only a political choice. I don't want to speak about it now, but there are also other things. For instance, the geographic fragmentation of public space. Let's have a look on what's going on in the United States. There you see a privatization of a town, of a city, and the fact that today we witness building of private cities where you have video supervision, you have private code of rules, which is completely separated from public space. There are 30 million of Americans who live in these private towns, in these closed communities, and the consequence is that they have completely lost interest in public space. And then there is a third risk you mentioned, and that is, what are we going to do with multiculturalism? It's a real challenge. It's a real challenge which hasn't come to its end because the migration waves haven't stopped. There are hundreds of thousands or hundreds of millions of people who knock on the door of Europe. And what are we going to do with all that? So that is a first question. And secondly, in the integration, we are not speaking about assimilation today. It's politically incorrect. So what does integration mean? What should we think of public space today? How should it look today? How should it be in compliance with social rules? And how shall it be also able to listen to the differences? But how far shall we go in this? That is the challenge we face. And there are many other problems because it is very difficult to regulate this. And I think we need regulation of all this I speak about. And I think these are also the essential problems of the public space. But we can't elaborate on each of these facts because we are limited in time as a moderator. And I think that because we are having a public discussion on public space, we should give also a chance to the public. My name is Sivak, and I would like to respond to what Mr. Lipovetsky said. He presented the diagnosis of Western society, and I think that this diagnosis is applied far more to our society, a society which 25 years hoped that the public space will grow and be filled because we didn't have it and we don't have it. So maybe the angle of the point of view should change. And Mr. Lipovetsky maybe is too negative about the role of the state and ideologies. The important ideologies, the great ideologies are not dead. You also mentioned neoliberalism as ideology, but it still is here with us. You mentioned also the autonomization of the individual, but it's only a pretext to have the people and societies atomized, fragmented. You've also mentioned the need to reform the education system. I wanted to say that this atomized person is only a consequence of several reforms of the education system in France. And my last comment, which is also a question, is that the secret or the secret code you mentioned, and that it is maintained only with technologies, but does it really exist? Is there a secret code? Thank you very much for your question. I will answer the last one. When I mentioned this secret code, I didn't say that it cannot be disturbed or changed. We have seen different cases 2 years ago in America, for instance, but when I mentioned it, I spoke more about the actors. And in the sense that this love for private life means that this code is not totally dead, that we are not living in society that where everything goes public. And then, yes, you are right, not all ideologies are dead, but those ideologies that I refer to are big collective ideologies. In other words, nationalism, communism, classless society, and these three major ideologies have literally collapsed. But other ideologies are in the making. Yes, you're right. Neoliberalism or ecologism, this is also a major ideology. And all the California-made ideologies that want to combine humans with machines. These are big futuristic ideologies. What I wanted to say is that these ideologies do not have the ability of collective impact, or they do not represent such hope for society as in the 18th century. And the third thing is where I disagree with your analysis. It is the automation of individuals. I believe that this is a fundamental point. I think that if we only analyze individualization as something as consumerism or something that's in the service of the market, this would not be the right thing to do. I think that the cult of individualism today touches upon the deepest aspects of our existence. It touches upon religion, sexual life, political life, family life, political life. And when this process touches upon the entire existence of an individual, it is not possible to only consider it as superstructure. I can understand that, yes, autonomy of consumers is incorrect autonomy, but we could discuss it. We can, for example, analyze the
various relations, like relations to a family, which is something that is not genuine. Like, for example, a woman taking contraception pills is capable of taking any man she wants, but this is not the right reference. I could introduce you to this topic. We have a religious society. It's called Alliance for Family, and this alliance wanted to call a referendum. But in France, nobody has any doubts about it, or in Europe as a whole. In Spain, they tried to introduce an anti-abortion law, but it failed. So we do not speak about a metaphysical phenomenon. The idea is for a collective not to impose the way of life on individuals. Individuals must have a choice. They must be able to decide. And here great progress has been made also as regards women. Women in the last 30 years have reached a different stage in their lives, because in the past their lives were predetermined from the outset, but today women are the makers of their own existence, irrespective of their income. I want to point out that nobody wants to go back, nobody wants to reverse this situation. And this is not only a Western phenomenon, it would be a mistake to consider it as such. Let us take an example that is at the starkest contrast to our model. It is the case of Iran, which forces women to wear these scarves and to wear the veils. It is a tradition in Iran. Yet in Iran, fertility rate is similar to that of France, that is 2 children per woman. What does it mean? It means that Iranian women control their reproduction life. But it is the West that diabolizes the situation in the country, and so political discussions go beyond this framework. Autonomization, individual choice has advanced all over the planet. It means that the idea of connecting civilizations proclaimed by Bill Clinton is not a good idea. I do not believe that the situation is as bad as that. We have another question.
Thank you. It's a question. Hannah Arendt wrote quite interestingly about the relationship between the public sphere and the private sphere, and when the public sphere is diminishing and reducing, that has a direct consequence for the private sphere. And I agree that the individual is very important today. The individual, it seems to me that we live in a world where we're isolated and atomized, and I agree with much of your assessments. I wonder, perhaps the first thing about a public space and about an individual is to reclaim, to recapture the idea of a positive human. Because every conversation we have today about humans, it seems, about individuals, is that they're nasty, or they're toxic, or that they're evil. Whether it's the planet, or whether it's politicians, everyone's corrupt. You can't trust anyone. They're bankers, the politicians. If we're talking about the environment, everybody wants to kill it. We're polluting. If we're talking about anything, everyone's greedy. We're out of control. Relationships, we all want to date rape. We never talk about the beauty, about the human potential to shape the canvas of the world, much of which is still probably, I agree, the legacy of the 20th century, how we have concluded when humans act on the world. You get maybe Dachau and you get the Gulag. But surely there's two things that need to happen. On the one hand, to encourage the public space for more robust dialogue and debate and encourage people to become involved, but also to put humans at the heart of a positive narrative of shaping history, agents for positive change amongst ourselves, but on the world map as well.
Reagovať?
Mr. Bielohradsky, do you want to answer? Yes, I agree, for instance, a positive narrative, but I want to say something about the automation of the individual. There is a metaphor which the West would be this more and more on this side of the automation, and then on the other hand we have mobility, growing mobility, and at the same, and in order to have a growing mobility we need highways, and so you have a highway then built, and then it is very hard to get rid of it. When it's once built, it's there. Take our highway from Prague. The communism collapsed, and then we have a highway which cuts through Prague, my city. We can't get rid of it. So what is this highway? It's a flight. It is in Italy. It's clear. No, we know that the mafia will get always involved in highway building and control it. But a highway is a political decision, very difficult negotiations, and without a highway, the car wouldn't be so effective and wouldn't lead to the automatization of people. And supermarket is a similar thing. It intensifies consumption, but supermarket is something different. It's there. You can manipulate it so easily. For instance, the German Minister of Agriculture thought that the mad cow disease was due to this pressure by supermarkets who forced low prices. So, in our Western public space, we have the steam, which is privileged, a car somewhere alone at a lake, and then a queue on the highway is not what you see on looking on the advertisements. So you see a car alone at a lakeside, but you don't see a picture of asthmatic children, 40,000 asthmatic children in Italy. So this automation, this steam, that is this advertisement and their strong language. And then you have this ice. So I speak about this metaphor, steam and ice. Then ice would be the social rights. We have more and more of them. But where are the rights? The rights are somewhere in a bureaucratic system controlled by bureaucracy. They are written down, but we don't understand. To understand, we need a lawyer. So this bureaucracy, which is a tool, is very incomprehensible. And I would say that we have an imbalance in our system between steam and ice. And this automation we are so optimistic about is growing, so to say, but at the same time there is also ice growing with it, but forgotten. And so we need this discussion, and we need to remind of this ice, this individualization, this steam means that each increase in the volume of the steam means an increase of the ice. Steam gets lesser and nobody speaks about the ice. So there there is an imbalance which has to be changed. And the only way available to us in the West to be able to show this ice is literature. I still believe in the grand role of literature, and I believe that only literature can make pain of another person our own, and I think that only literature can break, which is called Espace littéraire by Bourdieu, so this literature field. This is the only space, the only area which helps us to break this imbalance between close and distant. And we don't speak about a person who is distant and that it could be a close person to us. So more and more autonomy and more individual freedom, which is accompanied by the growth of ice in our public space, but nobody speaks about it. And we need this positive narration, this positive story, which has to be linked with this. We have to perceive that this denunciation of ice, which is a price for the autonomization, is a positive narration, which is in fact the new question, what to do with the ice.
Pour répondre à votre question,
to respond to your question, I would like to mention two issues. You mentioned new investments into public space, and I think that due to the evolution of the world which we live now, it is necessary to find a plural public space, because a unitarian public space seems to me to be a characteristic of the world of modernity, but the world we have now, with many catastrophes we have developed, we have to think of different aspects of diversity, of different manners of action, and I believe in the possibility of a collective action which will not be a centralized event. Maybe it will be fragmented and will give the possibility to an individual to act and to transform things, and will give purpose to their lives, and will change public space, which is central. So that is the first remark. And the second remark is an issue concerning civic life. And when we speak about the individualization of our society, we associate immediately with isolation. You have said that person becomes isolated, and the individual is evil because it is very egoistic. But on the other hand, individualism is egoism, egocentrism equal narcissism, and I would like to underline this because I think it is only one aspect of the issue, and I have also an example to illustrate what I want to say. It's said that an individual today, that a person lives in isolation today, that people have their smartphones and are not communicated with other human beings, but it is a wrong understanding. It is not true. An individual had never a feeling of meeting so many other people in these villages or towns, because people used to hate each other in villages and towns. You had quarrels with your neighbors. Fathers would hate their children And the idea today is that that was solidarity. No, it is only ideology. Let's listen, go to a large city today, Madrid and Rome, Paris, everywhere where you go, everything is full. So how do you want to explain it? So on the one hand, we hear that people get into their own cocoon, their own space, but on the other hand, wherever you go, there is hardly a space to meet or to move. People are always linked together via digital devices, but they continue to communicate. But what we do today is that we choose our relations. It's not the traditional relations of the past, family relations. The idea that technology isolates you or separates you is on the one hand true, but on the other hand not true, because it gives you new opportunities for new meetings, new opportunities for new socialization, and
second, we are told that individualization, it is retraction of egoism, and yes, it may be true, but what is the other face of this question? It is the association life. Never before have there been so many associations as in this hyper-individualistic society. And this is a true paradox and a true problem. It means that under normal circumstances, when people's individualism would be only an autocentric movement, everybody would stay at home, watch TV, take care of one's family. But this is not so. We also see in France, where we have more than 1 million associations per 60 million inhabitants. And this amounts to 40 million of adult individuals in France. So this is an increase in association of a moralistic society. Moralistic association life only was typical of a certain type of women, like Catholic women, for example, but people would not join in associations as often as today, or take volunteerism. For instance, never before have there been so many volunteers. This ideological vision that we are speaking about should be abandoned, because we in the West, we are not all bad simply because we are focused on our individuality. But our individuality is also a good thing. It is not evil. And it is the vision of the Pope, who is entitled to think this, but this is not true. Sociological truth is that individuals are able to mobilize themselves. They are capable of performing altruistic deeds. Why do we see doctors going to Africa, exposing themselves to difficult circumstances? This is against this assertion. We are not worse or not worse than in the past. We only function in a different way. We should cease thinking that individualization of our world is equivalent of generalized egoism, and that nobody is interested in the others. This is not true. There are not so many political events organized in the old fashion. This is true, but there are new forms of socialization, new forms of engagement, which may not lead to good results, but they are not catastrophic either.
Možno to bude posledná otázka, lebo už sme tu vlastne 2 hodiny.
Maybe this should be the last question, because we are here now discussing for 2 hours. I don't know whether somebody is willing to ask the last question. Maybe you are afraid of the answers. the floor is yours.
Question in English. And my question has to do with the statement of one of the panelists who said that English is negative because the power that lies in, it takes away the power that lies in individual languages. And I would say that in my own case, I think the opposite is true. I come from the Philippines originally. There are 87 dialects or languages in the Philippines, and I don't think that we would have been able to really communicate with each other without the power of English. So I hope that you're able to elaborate on your statement, or perhaps to qualify it, because it seems I misunderstood it. I think, for instance, that a lot of people who are here are able to participate because of the power of English, or because of the opportunity that English provides us. So I think it's a bit dangerous to come to a, let's say, to a forum where we're discussing us and them, and then to divide us because of English. So I hope I misunderstood you. But the other question that I have is, where you talk about Arendt saying, you know, when you give something, when you take something away from the public space, you take away, you in fact add to the other space. And I think what's happening now, for instance, with the use of internet and automation, is that there is no such simple arithmetic that's happening. So I like the idea that, in fact, perhaps public space and private spaces needs to be redefined. Because I know, for instance, in my own case, when I participate with a lot of people on the internet who are taking positions against certain politicians, I know that the public space is expanding, but that is from a private space that has expanded with the tool of the digital technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, sir. Do you want some answers? Just a few comments, or are you going to risk it? Okay.
So first of all, what does it mean to understand each other? Let's distinguish between a dispute or a difference and a simple dispute. When you have a dispute, you can have a better solution if you have a unbiased approach, neutrality. But on the other hand, you have other differences which cannot be resolved by a higher level of neutrality. You can resolve them only by a different method of communication. So, by inventing a language, and we learn not only mathematics at school, but we also learn poems and we recite them. And then suddenly, though we were bored before, suddenly we see that a poem is a way of communication. You realize that you may use it as to communicate something. I often quote that Oppenheimer, when he saw the bomb blast in the desert, he started to recite the poem Brighter Than Thousand Suns from Bhagavad-gītā, because he knew Sanskrit. And maybe the new era which starts was expressed better by the poem than by mathematical equations. And what happens with English today is this. English has become a supermarket where you have ready-made sentences, and you know, when you learn these sentences, these blocks you learn so that you can use it in your tests, and that weakens this struggle to find your your own language in order to be able to express yourself, to be able to understand the other person's suffering, problems. So English has become this universal something, and what we need now is to discover a way in the global public space of communicating something where neutrality is not enough. Take the art. The West has always been characterized by the fact that the art was having a role, that it has always discovered the language. The old hegemony, exhausted hegemony, is first determined hegemony, exhausted in a piece of art. Take the 60s and the change we have witnessed in the Czech and Slovak literature. So what I want to say, that I believe, like Latin has been fragmented into other languages, Italian, Romanian, French, so the English, universal English, which doesn't belong to anyone, which unites Japan with Scandinavia, will again split into national languages that will replace the existing languages as it was in the times of the breakdown of Roman Empire. But what I see, first of all, and which is devastating humanities, is the use of English as a neutral means, so we can translate everything into English or take words from English, and when you publish in English. So what we see is that we are losing this struggle to find the proper language to express what you want to say in the proper way. And this is a part of the public space, the depth of public space. Public space needs to have its depth, and the depth is made by different processes. Vulgarization, so you can translate everything into this, you can disseminate and you can translate. And when you translate, when you say tradurre, it means also to bring somewhere, somebody somewhere, and this tradurre only into English means that we lost this struggle. Look how the status of French has declined, or why Spanish doesn't play a similar role. So we see this simplification brought into communication by English, and I perceive it as a threat, as danger. And then if you have a native speaker, and then this formal universal English, it is also a very unhappy relationship, because they feel this universal English as a foreign language. And I think English is the least appropriate language to be used in international communication, because it's an idiomatic language, and we have to take over the idiomatic images, because otherwise we won't be able to communicate. So grammar is not valid here, but the idioms overrule. And what I wanted to say is this cheap surface of globalization, and that is this neutral English, which is so difficult to be used when you want to translate what you think, in order to make it clear what makes you different, and at the same time to show that what makes us different is uniting us and not dividing us. And this is the English which you have been translated to.
Mr. Lipovetsky, do you want to respond or not? You don't have to. I believe that the issue of dominance of English is a fact. It is only a reflection of a certain economic dimension. And I believe that for a number of civilizations, and I'm convinced about it. The gentleman who asked the question is from the Philippines. In their country, they do not perceive English as a dangerous language. For example, in Ukraine, Russian is seen as more dangerous than English, but this perception is one thing, but I am interested in this issue because it has a certain social and planetary dimension. We are a civilization of planetary networks. You have internet all over. A while ago you spoke about global village where the differences are getting shorter thanks to electronic communication. But at the same time, there are trademarks that are present all over the globe. At the same time, there are 2 or 3 areas that continue to resist globalization. First, it is food industry. We continue eating culinary specialties typical of our culture. For example, when you make a few kilometers and when you go a few kilometers to a different place, you see that supermarkets carry different brands, reflecting the culinary traditions of the region. On the other hand, we had never had such a variety of food, especially in big cities. You have Thai, Vietnamese, Chinese restaurants, but at the same time you have your culinary traditions that survive. And the other thing, it is true that English is a universal international language. Still, people feel great attachment to their own language. I do understand your worries, but I do not perceive them as a big threat to cultural identity. Because of this planetary dimension of our lives, there are still people adhering to their identity. Let us take Quebec, for example. You have English civilization, but there are 5 or 6 million people using French as their language. So I believe that in this phenomenon of globalization, there is still a will to recreate one's personality and do not sink into something anonymous. I do not think that languages are endangered by English. They could be endangered, for example, in, let's say, pop music, but not in other areas. I do not see an area where English could constitute a threat. A while ago, I spoke about Catalonia. In that region, people use their own language, have a great attachment to their language. So do the Valens in Belgium, and also small countries with only a few inhabitants stick to their language. I believe that this is a reaffirmation of our existence. Maybe there are some technical problems. The problem of identity is not what I had in mind. English is like a prefabricated house. It is made up of prefabricated construction elements. And just try to read the communications of the European Commission. All these are prefabricated texts. One remark. What is the origin of the word hypocrisy? The word hypocrisy is the fourth part of preparation of rhetoric. First, it is disposition, decoration, and then you must learn how to read it in front of a mirror. And in Europe, hypocrisy means something negative, but initially it was hypocrisy referred to the stages of preparing a speech, but in the current understanding of the meaning, hypocrisy is different. I believe that just as our culture is afraid of this dictatorship of prefabricated elements, English is the example of such pre-prepared discourses. This is the prefabricated construction. Americans use their own language, but they have a same relationship to this prefabricated house as we. What I have in mind is our struggle for the meaning, struggle for something that has not been pre-prepared, something that we did not expect to learn, and we learned it. And this is what English endangers, not as a language, but a language used to this effect. Thank you very much, Mr. Lipovietsky and Bielohradsky. In a while, our guests are going to sign their books in the stand of Art Forum, and you will also find the program of Central European Forum that will continue also in the next few days. I wish you a very pleasant evening.